Dobrze, teraz. W porządku. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Conference on Person, Culture and Society in the Face of Contemporary Threats. We are going to open today's session with a speech delivered by Professor Waldemar Urbanik, who served as the rector of the Academy of Applied Sciences for many years and is now the representative of the Society of Universal Knowledge, responsible for the relations with the Academy. Please.
Sorry, this speech is not long, I promise. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this exceptional Congress. I am delighted that we can gather here among people for whom, thank you, for whom critical realism and science holds particular importance. Today's events take place in a location that carry a deeply symbolic meaning. We are gathered in a space marked by the presence and toll of one of the most distinguished figures in contemporary sociology, Professor Margaret Archer. It is this room bearing her name that we meet today to continue the intellectual dialogue she so passionately advocated. I hope that Szczecin and our university will be an important place for talking and thinking about critical realism. There are good reasons for this. Here, thanks to Professor Wielecki, the first department of critical realism in this part of Europe was created. It has been working for many years. Here we also have seminars about critical realism called In Reality. During this Congress, we will have another seminar. The lectures of Professors Korporowicz and Professor Rembiesch imported voices in the discussion about modern problems. It is worth saying that here in Szczecin, we published the Polish Journal of Critical Realism with the help of the University of Applied Sciences. I believe this is a good beginning for the future of critical realism in this part of Europe. I want to say thank you to all people who decided that this meeting is here in Poland, in Szczecin, at our university. Special thanks go to Professor Douglas Porpora. Doug, thank you for your kindness. I wish your visit to Szczecin will be a time of interesting ideas and learning. It also wish this will be a good opportunity to meet Polish culture and hospitality. As host, we will take special care of this. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your opening speech. Now, it's time for us to open the plenary session. First of all, we are going to listen to the lecture of Andrea Maccarini. He is professor of sociology at the University of Padua. He is a member of an International Association for Critical Realism and a director of the Center for Social Ontology, founded by Margaret Archer. He has been visiting scholar in various universities, among which University of California, Boston University, and Humboldt Universität in Berlin. He served as Italian representative of the governing board of Center for Education, Reform and Innovation. At the OECD, he is currently a member of the Ladies and gentlemen, apparently the plans have changed. I wasn't informed about that. So, Mr. Karim Knio, I hope I have pronounced correctly your name and surname. Please, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Sorry about this little confusion. My name is Karim Knio. I'm the president of IECR. I'm glad to see you all here. First, I would like to actually thank Professor Urbanik on these very lovely words, and thank you also for hosting us here in your university in this lovely city. Actually, it is our honor and pleasure actually to be here. I would like to also extend my gratitude to Professor Wielecki. I understand that this conference in so many ways represents a long-term engagement with the late Professor Margaret Archer, and in an attempt to actually solidify and to cement critical realism in Poland, but also in the region. It's an objective that we all share, and I hope that this conference would be a stepping stone in that movement. So thank you for also bringing us here as well. A big thank you goes to Dr. Smoluk-Stachowska. We all know her as Joanna. I mean, Joanna, I don't know what to tell you. You are the organizer of this conference. Thank you very much for your dedication, for the hard work that you've put in, and for, well, I mean, in a critical realist way, you are the necessary condition. Without you, the conference simply wouldn't exist. So thank you for all the effort that you've done. I would like to also, a special thank you goes to Catherine Hastings and also to Caroline Kuhn for organizing the pre-conference. A lot of hard work has been put in there, and there are no words to thank you, Catherine, for this. So, then I would like to address my fellow critical realists. Thanks a lot for being here in action also or online. Actually, we're looking for a fabulous conference on person, culture, and society. It's comprised actually of 70 participants overall, coming from different 25 countries. And it's, as you know, it's organized around three plenaries. We have distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Maccarini, Professor Zotzman, and Professor Wielecki as well. We also have a kind of a memory panel for our dear Professor Archer, which will be also hosted by a variety of our active participants as well. But we also have 12 parallel sessions as well. One of them as well is dedicated for our Polish colleagues as well, which would be a kind of a new kind of an addition for our kind of type of program. So like Professor Urbanik, I'm not gonna take a lot of your time. Thank you so much for being here, and let's talk critical realism. Thanks.
All right. All right, let's go back to Professor Maccarini. And I think I won't be repeating the information that has already been told and already been said. Okay, Professor Maccarini, yes, he served as Italian representative of the governing board of Center for Educational Reform and Innovation. At the OECD, he is currently a member of the expert group for the study on social and emotional skills. His research interests lie in social theory, education and socialization processes, macro-sociology, and cultural change. And the title of today's lecture is Being Socialized as Human in Morphogenic Society, New Challenges and Theoretical Developments. Please, Professor.
Thank you. I hope the sound is good. I tend to speak loud, so I hope it's okay. No, so thank you. First word is thank you for inviting me over to this beautiful city and academy. I'm particularly happy and honored to be speaking in this room, you know, where Maggie looks at me from, I hope she approves. And yeah, you know, and she's been a friend and a mentor in many ways. So thank you again. Also, I know there are people who are connected from remote. Even a few of them, you know, woke up very early to listen to this. So this raises expectations somehow. Okay, so thank you all. Now, the conference, person, cultural society. I'm going to deal mainly with the former, with person in my talk. And what I'm going to share with you is mainly a research agenda that I have and I'd like to share. So our Zeitdiagnose are, comprised of many various factors, and there's some consensus about factors like acceleration, human flourishing, as optimization, and all the stuff you see there. Okay, this all. Sorry, something's not working at the moment, but it probably will. Right. Nope. Something I did? No. It's it. Oh, now it does. But I did nothing now, so it's sorry. It's well, technology is one of the issues, of course. It's so sorry. As I said, the from the point of view of the issue I'm gonna cover, there's an increasing pressure upon human subjectivity. Professor Archer talked about reflexivity, the reflexive imperative. I think that's part of an even bigger pressure upon the human that can be qualified in different ways. Now, point is, all these Zeitdiagnose characterize current society and its crisis in different ways. There's a democratic crisis. I wanted to put pictures here, but then I gave up because it could be a problem. So the democratic crisis, an environmental crisis, and a personal or psychic crisis. And as I said, I'm going to deal with the latter. Now, as a peg around which analysis could revolve, I chose to use Maggie Archer's trilogy on reflexivity and identity and human identity, which you see here. There were further developments. Every author has developments, but I want to deal with this pivotal point in her reflection, which was, I think, a milestone for critical realism, but for social science in general. All right. So my point here is this still relevant to the current crisis? Does it still have resources, theoretical resources to offer for us to interpret the contemporary psychic or personal crisis? The answer will be, as you can imagine, yes, because otherwise one might wonder why I'm presenting this instead of choosing something else, but a qualified yes. So I wanted to start with two quotes out of Professor Archer's work, which I think are very interesting because they are telling of her program, of her research program. Look at the first, the former there. It says something about our personhood not being ontologically undermined. although reflexivity and identity are epistemologically vulnerable. First question, is this still the case? Can we stick to this? Second quote is about socialization theory being of no assistance in explaining how young people come to be the persons that they are. And I'll say something about this young people later, so keep this in mind. And again, the problem is this still the case? Are we still in this situation? I mean, is this the perimeter of our problem? Now, let me quickly remind you and myself about the bullet points of Professor Archer's theory about the morphogenesis of identity. I think I might assume that most of us are familiar with this, but that's the same. Let me just quickly revise these. Well, sorry. Okay. The first qualifying point, and I think this is a very important point, is that the human relation to the world is not just cognitive or normative, but it is a relation of concern. A relation of concern. We are beings for whom things matter. Okay, I also put Andrew Sayer there, another good friend of mine, and so who wrote compatible things about this, I think. Okay, now a relation of concern with the world considered in its various orders, natural, practical, social. That's where reflexivity emerges, as a personal emergent property, as a fundamental personal emergent property. It emerges from this unavoidable relationship that we have, which is the source of concerns we can't escape. We can't escape these concerns because we are, I mean, it's not an option. We are supposed to deal with somehow with our physical survival and thriving, and with our practical work and performance, and with our social dealings with other people. Sorry. Now, and since we are simultaneously dealing with all this stuff going on in our lives, we also are, busy trying to dovetail our concerns, working out what the theory called a modus vivendi. I think there's something of the Weberian concept of life conduct, of Lebensführung here, that I also want to refer to somehow. Okay. By the way, Professor Archer did have a Weberian background to some extent. So modus vivendi, that represents the core of what we call a personal identity. Okay. So we are what we are because of our constellation of concerns. Now, this happens through a process, and this process comes in different steps: discernment, deliberation, and dedication. And these are repeated time and again. There's an ontogenetic moment, but then we monitor our lives reflexively, along our life course. And this accounts for our stratified personal ontology, the person as a relational entity. You will remember the self, primary agent, corporate agent, and actor. Sorry for going so quickly, but I think most of us are familiar with this. I want to go to the core points, but it's important to remind ourselves of this. Okay. The necessity of selection and the necessity to shape a life are also pivotal concepts here. We are faced with complexity. We are faced with what was called contextual incongruity, which means the lack of consistent normative guidance about how to live, what to do, and so on. That's why we are supposed to select, and we are supposed to shape and reflexively reshape life. Our life. Okay. So, in the end, what Archer's work wanted to do was articulate an anthropology of situated freedom. I think that was the core issue. To conceive of identity as the outcome of human subjects encountering the world, both humans and the world endowed with their own with their own properties, personal properties, structural properties, cultural properties, and powers. Sorry. Right. Okay. And let me note that this makes a difference from many other ways to conceive of the self and identity as sort of, well, I like to use Niklas Luhmann's idea of self-despairing subject. Self-despairing because it's subject who is tragically and painfully aware of the provisional character of any kind of self-identification. A subject characterized by mostly by anxiety in the face of complexity and everything. I think here what is articulated is a different way to conceive of the human. And okay, I just I just mentioned this sort of totem, you know, the classic scheme of the I, me, we, and you. I think I don't need to dwell on this too long. I just wanted to recall this morphogenetic cycle through which people, you know, start from from their continuous sense of self. They move on to enter society and societal conditioning, social and cultural conditionings, then move on to becoming creative and trying to personify roles, social roles, which also mean being able to produce changes in society. So it's an agency that can produce change. Now, point is this still relevant? As I said, that's the opening question. I think it is also in that it epitomizes other trends in theories of the self, identity, socialization, theories of the human and society that call themselves critical. And it is striking how they emerged independently of each other, but they show some convergence. That's what makes this theory particularly interesting to me now, to say it's a good starting point for going further. I could mention many. I just quote the most famous, the most popular at the moment, which is Hartmut Rosa idea of I quoted here the German edition, but there's an English edition. But resonance, it's called resonance. I'm not going to inflict a comparison upon you now, but the point is there's a convergence trend in social theories that are called critical. Let me not go into the argument about social theory or sociological theory, which is becoming as hot as boring as it can be. But so what is the convergence? Now, there's a tendency to articulate relational perspectives, meaning sociologies of relations to the world, and to try to develop a sociology of the good life, which does not exist as a mainstream or as a canon. There's no big sociology of the good life for many reasons, for more reasons than one. Also, the idea that's becoming dominant is that human identity has to be conceived of beyond the conditions of late modernity. And that the same convergence is about being opposed to some other possible ways to conceive of this as the postmodern demolition of the human subject, but also opposing typically modern dualisms between reason and affection, individual, social. We could say reason and values as well, and normative and cognitive, many other typically modern oppositions. And pointing towards the genesis of an agential, of a potential agency that can transcend societal forms, and of conceiving socialization as a lifelong process of epigenesis. Okay, given that this is represents sort of a vanishing point of theories, point is we are now in a new context. I mean, if we consider what that trilogy was countering and was arguing for. Remember, probably many of you will remember Society's Being versus Modernity's Man, that sort of opposing both upward and downward conflation, the idea that human persons are the product of society, so they are over-socialized, or the other way around, that they are under-socialized because they are just rational choice individuals, that who are able to make their choices rationally. Now we're now in a new context. I mean, these old fires are out mostly. I mean, in talk about sociological theory. Determinism or rationalistic individualism are now no longer popular in social theory. So I don't think that is let's say, the adversary against which theory should be developed right now. Now, what we face now is maybe other things, other challenges, like a vertical crisis of the co-evolution between the social and the human, epitomized, for example, by Luhmann's old but still timely diagnosis that society is increasingly developing regardless of human qualities, of human properties, of human powers, even of human participation. Think of, there's a recent very interesting argument about artificial intelligence by Romanian people who say, look, we don't know what artificial intelligence is. We don't even know what human intelligence is, by the way. The point is, it is changing communication, that is, in their jargon, relationships, social relationships, and that's what we should worry about, maybe. Only they have nothing to say about that in the further development of their theory. So one remains with more questions than answers. But so that's one point. Then there's neuroscience as a reductionist way to conceive of how people are socialized and should be socialized. Someone mentioned in the presentation that I've been dealing with education, and I'm still dealing with education. Now, one interesting trend in education internationally is what these authors here called neuroliberalism. Maybe you ran into it before, which is, that the idea that neoliberal ideas of markets is okay to tackle social issues, but also, and particularly important to us now, is that human nature should be nurtured and cultivated in a behavioral and neurological way. Someone mentioned my interest for the social emotional skills, and I'm going to talk about it later a little bit. There's a sort of a crossroad there, because I've witnessed some tendencies to conceive of character skills, of what characterizes humans in terms of skills, of competences to deal with each other, to deal with one's emotions, and so on, in a purely naturalistic way. Like, should we, for example, put microchips on students to record whether they are in a good emotional state or bad emotional state? This is happening, by the way, in some countries already. I mean, as experiments, to sort. And again, what in a realist social theory perspective we could call central conflation. So another, still a situation that is still repeating itself, reproducing itself, is the idea of sort of an inextricable knot of self and structure that can't be distinguished. And of course, hybridization, is human personality increasingly being constructed through relational networks that are hybrid, and is there a continuity between the living and the non-living? I think this is the new context that could be used must be used as a backdrop against which we have to see what challenges we are facing. Now, having said this, I said I wanted to share a research agenda with you, and this is what I'll do now. Challenges and developments. that I mean should be both, should develop both on the theoretical and on the empirical side. Now, I think one of the most important developments that are for us to follow up with, starting from Maggie's theory, is to let's say to focus more on the social networks and on their influence on reflexivity. It was sort of implicit in her work. It was developed at last in The Reflexive Imperative and also in a book I didn't quote, but it was a later book with another author, with Donati, which was called The Relational Subject. She was sort of dealing with this, but I think we need to learn more and to integrate social networks more within the model, trying to learn how social networks are made, what relational qualities and cultures are conveyed, what kind of social capital is carried through those networks, and how these networks act upon each other. Maggie used to be skeptical about social network analysis, I remember. We were all skeptical to some extent, but social networks changed. I mean, social network analysis has made huge progresses over the latest, I would say, decades, years for sure. So it's no longer about connections only or connectivity. It's about culture as well, relational qualities as well. So I think we should do more in this respect. Okay, to learn how the social networks people are involved with make the preconditions for reflexivity to emerge and develop and take different directions in dispositional terms somehow. For example, as I wrote there, are these networks building trust or distrust? Are they teaching us to to think in terms of instrumental reason only, or so on? Of course, I stick to the idea that persons can be reflective upon all of this, but there's a dispositional influence that has to be taken into consideration. And okay, examples, by the way, of puzzles that can be at least tackled if we take this point of view. Think of relational goods and evils in the family. I remember Maggie having a very interesting, but also to some extent problematic argument about family. In a nutshell, the point was families which produce relational goods, which make a very nice and positive relational context, a supportive context, etc., end up with, affecting people in terms of becoming communicative, reflexive, and not being open to novelty to some extent, because they wanted to reproduce the family's environment and so on and so forth. Why is this? Well, I think this is empirically, there's some truth to this empirically, but at the same time, turns out that only families which produce relational evils seem to be preparing young people for novelty and social upward mobility. And if you think of that, it's it's kind of problematic. So why do we call them relational evils or goods in the first place? If this is the case, okay? Now I think more attention to social networks and how they impinge upon each other, which means multi-level network analysis, methodologically speaking, could do some good, because it could help us understand how reflexivity differentiates so that people can be, example, autonomous reflexives in one context and communicative in another context, which means we could want to reproduce our family's values, for example, and lifestyle, but at the same time, that doesn't make us prone to social reproduction, and we could still be open to taking advantage of the logic of opportunity in some other respects. So the differentiation of reflexivity in different social contexts and networks, I think this is one point for theory to be developed. that could help us tackle important puzzles. Another example is technology platforms and agency. What happens when our social networks, where people, I mean, whereby young people are socialized, are mainly hybrid? That's another issue. But I'm not going into this because I'm not an expert in this. Mind Mark Carrigan's work, which is coming out soon, I think, about platforms and agency. Another thing, I think, again, the idea that, remember the very first quote I put, I submitted to your attention, was about we and the world are ontologically invulnerable, although epistemologically vulnerable. Well, I think in the face of the Anthropocene and also the post-human, we have to be questioning this now. And this, I think, puts, the issue, places the issue of subjectivity being internally shaped by social conditions. We don't want to do that. We know that's wrong, but at the same time, it's not just an independent interiority meeting the world. By the way, Maggie never wanted to say either of those things, but I think the articulation should proceed further, and possibly we might find help in a more relational notion of experience from which, as we know, concerns emerge, as conceived of a full-blown relationship in which analytical distinctions can be drawn between perception, the emotional reaction, the personal interpretation, because of course experience does not interpret itself, is not self-interpreting. And interpretation is to some extent idiosyncratic, but then there's also cultural and socially conveyed meanings. There are cultural models, pre-existing interpretations. I mean, and this could be reconstructed, for example, through biographic interviews or some other techniques to try to make distinctions within this knot, relational knot of experience as a relationship, in such a way that we can both allow for, cultural, to grasping how cultural templates and models influence our reflexivity, and also allowing for cultural or for experiential novelty. Otherwise, we would be cultural dopes and we would never really have novel experiences if interpretation goes all the way down. It's tricky, and I think it needs both theoretical and empirical work to be dealt with. Okay. Also, I think one hint that Maggie gave us, but that deserves more development, is how the different orders of reality, the natural, the practical, the social, interweave. Okay, they interweave. There's a mutual intersection. She mentioned it to some extent, but I think, for example, if we elaborated further on this point, we could get to a more satisfactory understanding of how, for example, we do not just start in privacy, meet in nature, but meet in objects that are the outcome of natural, practical, and social relationship, which would still save personal properties, but with the idea that the persons are facing complex objects already made up of a complex knot of practical, social, and natural, well, to be developed. Again, of course, one qualifying point in the whole theory is that of personal emergent properties as, human properties and powers we are endowed with. And there was no ambivalence in this, but there was one dominant idea, that is personal emergent properties equals reflexivity. But there were hints here and there of Maggie drawing something else into the picture. And here again, I think there's a very good point for developing theory, because I don't think reflexivity is the only personal emergent property involved in the morphogenesis of identity. But there's work to do in this respect, because in Maggie's work, what was really covered was reflexivity and the modes of reflexivity, which are, of course, pivotal, but they're not the only one. Think of this when in Being Human, you find the statement, maintaining the ultimate concerns arrived at by the end of an internal dialogue requires cultivation. What does this mean? Well, to me, it means that there are both, well, let's say negative and positive ways to tackle this. On the one hand, there are changes in the deep self-understanding of human subjects, and also we can empirically observe the tendency to lose some typically human capacities, or for these capacities to be damaged somehow, like the capacity to care, like empathy, like generativity. I use it in Erik Erikson's terms, meaning, generativity. It's a very interesting point, I think. And by the way, I recently ran into um, let's say a research project on Erikson's notion of generativity that was very close, that came very close to what a morphogenetic approach would say, by the way. Generativity. Okay. So what about all these capacities? Are they just, could these just traced back to reflexivity and its modes? I don't think so. There are other capacities and features or personal properties that have to be considered. Okay. And this is where, well, you can call it social and emotional skills, but I know we are facing, as I said, there's a crossroad here. There's a psychometrical semantics here. I like to call them character skills and character because it's a more complex way of conceiving of them. But relational competences, not just in a utilitarian sense of being the good manager, let's say, of relations, relational, like, an effective and moral dimension as well, could fit in the morphogenetic, morphostatic model, I think, because, as we know from the theory, reflexivity is important, but reflexivity is fallible. We can be wrong. We can miss opportunities because we cognitively don't see them, or we don't have the strength or stress resistance or the perseverance to actually pursue our ultimate concerns, because it takes, it could take effort, prolonged effort, resistance to threats or, other negative things that come into the picture. And okay. We could have problems reaching deliberations, any kind of problem. So my point is, I find it interesting to explore how other social competences, emotional competences accompany and emerge together with and along the DDD process, the discernment, deliberation, dedication process. Of course, in a sort of a typically circular relationship, which we always have when we're talking relationships. That it's not just that the morphogenesis creates these or produces these skills, all the skills produce identity. It's a circular loop. Right. Well, this is just an example I used to say how this might look. I took this from moral psychologists. There's a branch that's called moral psychology here, and I don't expect you to read all this. I'm not going to explain all this, but this is just an example to see how this could look. There are there's a sort of an articulation of moral expertise. This is how it's called. And if you see all these things, I think these are very important factors to be factored in the model somehow. Example, you see here, the different types here, the different are reproduced here as fitting with the different moments. Of course, this is just the beginning. This is just a very provisional, very tentative, but I wanted to submit it to you as, just as a way of understanding how this development might look like. Okay? Right. Which means, still in a very tentative way, that the gray squares there, in that these kinds of competences might emerge at certain points. Okay? But this is a very provisional picture, so please take it as such, because there's work to be done here. That was just it. Now, again, all this that we mentioned calls for an emphasis in education that I think should be taken up. Again, I mean, all of this, and if reflexivity is so important, and I think it is, can it be taught and learned? Of course, it is taught and learned in a very spontaneous way. If we just mean, if by that we just mean that we don't have it a priori and it comes about. But here I mean intentionally taught and learned. I mean, can it be the object of education instead of just, sticking to standards and quantitative standards or tests and so, which are important, okay? But what do we mean by educating people? I mean, for example, are we educating young people to have concerns, to develop concerns, to pursue their concerns, to, well, let me say something awfully humanistic, to make sense of their lives somehow? Okay, so so there are educational issues here. I think the way, of course, the theory tells us that there's a whole process of discernment, deliberation, dedication. Our concerns emerge, and then we make decisions about what our ultimate concerns are, and then we try to dovetail others, and so to prioritize, and the shape of life comes out. Okay, but this is all very painful and hard, and is giving people, young people, a very hard time. And this is empirically observable everywhere. So I think the self-formation processes and how constellations of concerns really emerge over the life course, makes a great object of study that should be further developed. For example, we might come to identify experience blockers. I mean, for example, things in the life course, experiences that really act as blockers that prevent us from having those experiences that could open the way to our elaboration of concerns, to even coming to see that there are important things that we might look at. Let me just downgrade this to an empirical level. Recently, there was a research, that was a really classic survey, the quantitative survey kind of stuff in Italy, but in 23 countries, actually. It was an OECD research project about social and emotional skills, by the way. But that's not important now. The point is, one thing that empirically was shown to be extremely important for young people to develop their social competences, to feel, to be more stress resistant, more perseverant, more, is teachers' feedback. But how so? That the quality is important. It was divided into 3 possible, modes. Negative feedback. Okay, I tell you that you did wrong. I mean, that you failed. I mean, the homework was not good. That's negative feedback. Then there's it was labeled methodological feedback, which means, okay, it's negative. I tell you that your homework was bad, but I also tell you the way you could improve. I'm trying to tell you, yeah, it was bad, but if you do this and that, you could do better. And the third mode or type is positive feedback. Telling a guy or a girl, look, has it occurred to you that you're very good at doing this? for example. But maybe you never noticed it, perhaps. And this I call identifying talent and nurturing talent. Is school doing this? Well, I'll leave the data to you. They've been published. But for example, in my own country scored last of 23 research sites in these terms. I mean, teachers provide infrequent feedback and mainly negative. This has to do with what I was telling you now. I mean, an experienced blocker or trying to identify talents, identify concerns, cultivate concerns. Concerns can be cultivated. Right. I'm going towards the end. I still have, I think, 6 minutes, if I'm correct, but no one is telling me anything, so I will take advantage of this. Really bad. Culture. I think more elaboration of the role of culture. Well, again, of course, culture is there in the whole theory. We all know that. That's not the point. But my point is how culture is integrated in this particular part of the theory. I mean, the morphogenesis of the self and of identity. Okay. Now, we all know that cultural emergent properties shape the circumstances. All right. My point is there anything more to culture than this? For example, in the way second order reflexivity works after the first emotional, the first elaboration of emotions and so on, of course, subjects appeal to some symbolical templates, models, resources. Think, for example, there's been recent work about ideas of perfection, of human perfection. I think this is a marvelous topic for people who want to study, cultural change. Ideas of perfections have always been there, in humanity, perfection, perfectibility, whatever. I mean, there's a whole history of this. Now, the point is a very functionalistic direction that this is all taking. So to conceive of human perfection as optimization, optimizing yourself. And this has huge empirical applications, like, for example, don't think of the just the anxiety it causes among young people. Am I perfect? Could I do better? I'm not the best. You should be the best since the very beginning. That's what some parents say. Producing the opposite, of course, but they don't know. But also think of sports, think of health, think of the people how many young people want to undergo aesthetic surgery, for example, for nothing? So, okay, functionalistic idea of perfection. These are not just shaping circumstances that one considers, okay? There are evaluative maps that we as strong evaluators, I'm using Charles Taylor's words, which Maggie was compatible with, that we use, okay, in our interpretations. So models are provided, although the theory will allow us to say that we're not passive agents who internalize these models, but the role of these models must be further studied, explored. And let me tell you one, it's not the last, it's the one before the last, but this is kind of provocative, I'm not sure, but that we've been talking about the three orders of reality: the natural, the practical, the social. Okay. Now I've been thinking, reading recent theory, but also remembering Andrew Sayer's idea that we can flourish in different ways and that we can love an ideal. We can love an ideal. So I've been thinking, when we love it, what happens when we love an ideal or we commit to an ideal? Could this be traced to the social order of reality with the typical concern of self-worth that is attached to such order of reality? I'm not sure. And look, I'm not talking of the object of concern. We could say, I want to be an environmental activist. So my concern is about nature. So I idealize work, not just as a career, but as a way to improve the world, or so my concern is practical. Or I fight for social justice, so my concern is social. I'm talking about the type of concern involved. And loving an ideal doesn't really have to do with self-worth only, I believe. It could have to do with a sense of calling. And in that sense, it could come to complete the whole work and find a different meaning for the meta-reflexives. Meta-reflexives were previously considered as sort of a sub-mode attached or, deriving somehow from the autonomous reflexives in Maggie Archer's terms, okay? Now, maybe we could add something to this and try to develop a further dimension of reality. By transcendent, of course, I do not mean anything ontologically determined. It could be determined or interpreted in many different ways. No? That's why I called it love and ideal, whatever it is. But, okay, last point. This is really the last point, so don't bother. Bear with me for a couple of minutes only. Life conduct, modus vivendi, life conduct, Lebensführung. Here too, I think there's Maggie opened a very interesting path to be followed. Because I think, okay, her idea was mainly that in what she called the morphogenic society, the modes of reflexivity are changing because there's the so-called reflexive imperative, and this involves that meta-reflexives or corporate agents are increasing while the passive agents are decreasing, and so on. Okay, that's a point. Empirically true or empirically false, that's for us to study, but I think there is reason to take a more substantive approach beyond just the modes of reflexivity and try to learn more, try to be more specific, while also cultivating contingency, depending on how people reflexively elaborate on their identity. Like examples. Some authors talk about dynamic stabilization, talking about Hartmut Rosa again, which allegedly causes alienation, but there's no contingency left in this. It seems kind of deterministic, right? While I think in this respect, Maggie's theory allows us to look at the different possible outcomes depending on how reflexive work, both individual and collective, is being done. But think also of another interesting form of identity building that is emerging. It's called potentialization. These are Danish authors. What is potentialization? Doesn't mean empowerment. It's not that. It means that if we confront a world that is unpredictable and open to contingency, then our identities too have to remain open to contingency. Potentializing the potential means, there's a title of this essay I quoted there. The title is Dream of Anything You Can Become and Become Everything You Dream of, or something. Maybe it's the other way around, but the concept doesn't change, right? Which, by the way, puts pressure on young people because, having to remain open and to say, okay, dream of everything you can become and you can become everything you dream of, means that if you don't, it's your fault. Reminds me of old Durkheim, dad, when he was talking about the malaise of the infinite, like that. I know it in French. I don't know. The translation in English was good. So potentialization. This is not just, this could come in different shapes, and this could accompany different modes of reflexivity, but it goes further, and it's an interesting topic to be studied. Again, and last, are there emergent forms of life that tend to escape these imperatives? The necessity of selection, the very idea of a shape, that our life can have a shape, No, if we need to potentialize the potential, it means that we must remain open to change our very identity structures all the time, which is kind of paradoxical, being structured but unstructured at the same time. This has an import on how young people perceive themselves and on the malaise many young people feel, for example. But, and this is, I promised I would go back to generativity and then young people. I think we should study more forms of emergent adulthood and adulthood. And my studies about education, I think, we keep studying young people as problematic, as having problems. They do have problems. Then their problem, very often, their problems is the adult generation. They have to relate to. So more studies about forms of adulthood and mature human identity, like accepting one's life course as unique, what Erickson called integrity. All these were examples of types of life conduct that I think are important and can be studied through and thanks to that model, but that should go further beyond just the idea that there's modes of reflexivity, developing, increasing, or decreasing, right? Okay. Well, technology already mentioned. Changing experience of time and sociality. Well, it's late. I'm not going to inflict this upon you. Again, you will find it, or if you're interested, we can discuss about it later. But the point is, there's a matrix of time and sociality that is changing, risking to disrupt all this that you see here that I won't go into. But okay, I'm done. Thanks for your attention. I think it's a huge research agenda, not for me, for a generation, Scotland. Thank you. Okay, I'll stay here for discussion, I guess. Just give me instructions and I will.
Yes, now it's time for discussion. And we will be passing the microphone, and those who are participating in this talk online are kindly asked to hand up, not to write the questions in the chat room. Yeah, so please wait for your turn. And first, who is willing and who would like to ask a question?
Hi, Professor McCartney. Thank you very much for this very interesting talk. And my question will be very straightforward. To what extent do you think? I mean, you've raised many issues, but I guess central, at least to me, is the importance, like perhaps the time to move into a beyond just the modes of reflexivities, but also kind of a meta-reflexivity is very important. I saw at some point within the ethical dimension, you talked about a kind of a certain perseverance.
Yeah.
So I would like to ask you to what extent you think there is a kind of perhaps an organic link between this call towards meta-reflexivity, but also at the same time perseverance, especially in the sense of what you were talking about structured and unstructured. I wonder if you could, if this is valid to you, and if you could further develop this a bit more for us. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, I will respond to each because I can't write, so I won't remember if I gather more than one question. So thank you. Well, my point basically is that, well, modes of reflexivity are still hugely important, but my point is whether or not people, particularly young people, but people in general, can or cannot develop a personal identity, a modus vivendi, and so on. I think it depends on many other aspects that are still qualified as personal emergent properties, and we should make an effort to integrate them into the model. Perseverance is one, but of course we could mention empathy, care not as concerns, but the capacity to care for others as ends in themselves. So as a substantive type of behavior and attitude. So many other things. I think, by the way, the interesting part of this is that on on the other hand, if you study what are called, well, there are, I don't want to go into the debate. There's some people call them character, some other people call them character skills, social emotional skills. And not say soft skills, which is, I think, the most horrible way to put it. But these, I mean, usually lack a developmental approach, which the morphogenesis of identity provides. So I think they sort of hit the blind spots of each other's blind spots. That's what I'm interested in exploring. What is needed at a certain point? Okay, we are, adolescents are going through a moment of discernment of what they want to do. So, okay, but the fact that they do or do not have some other competences is helping them or hindering this work. And the other way around, of course, when they develop an identity, these capacities come into the picture. So as I said, it's not just a linear causal relationship, it's circular. That goes in particular for the meta-reflexivity issue, because as I said, some people are blocked in advance and then sort of, flattened in the kind of concerns that they can see. Of course, we know this is not determined. It's not deterministic. We can also do something about it, but it could be made harder or easier. So that is the farthest I can go at the moment, and I hope it makes sense to you.
Thanks, Andrea. My question follows directly on to what you were saying, talking about at the end there, in terms of, what could we do or what should we do to influence reflexivity in the context of education. I'm currently writing a paper on this based on my PhD, which I'll be talking about tomorrow. So I wonder what your ideas are about, thinking of those specific modes that Archer identified. Can we influence them? Can we teach certain modes? And if so, what are your ideas at the minute about how we should do that?
Well, that's another talk. So if you invite me next year, I will. But no, thank you so much. So I won't be I won't do justice to this. I know what I can say is that this is I think it shifts emphasis in educational processes, even in formal educational processes. I mean, at school, shifts emphasis because well, we're still teaching disciplines. I'm fond of disciplines. I'm not keen on destructuring disciplines, but at the same time, a huge lot of time goes into teaching things that young people can learn on their own. While schools and educational environments, the way educational environments are shaped as such, as educational, as a formation, as a process of, that's not as emphasized as the other part of the educational work, which is probably less important now because there are a lot of notions that we can learn on our own from ourselves, from the internet, instead of. And so, of course, teaching reflexivity, I mean, it's not the way you teach geometry or. I remember a good. I don't remember. It's by Maggie, but I remember if she wrote it or just told me when she said that. No, it was probably an interview. She was responding to a question, and she said that as the only kid, her social skills were learned like Latin, by which she meant learned artificially, not spontaneously, not in the everyday life of someone who has siblings. So in the same way, I don't think reflexivity should be taught unlearned or could be taught unlearned in a sort of in the same way we learn mathematics or history. And that's exactly the point. I mean, how we shape educational environments in such a way that they are conducive to developing, relations of concern, talents, ways to learn how to make one's way through the world in a meaningful way. So this is a huge job for pedagogists, and I'm not one of them, so I won't invade another playfield. Okay, no, so can't go further than that.
All right. There is one person online ready to ask a question. Jérémy Bouchard, please, you can start.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Margaret Archer talked about different types of reflexive engagement, notably communicative reflexivity, which is a type of people who are not keen on, they don't necessarily trust their own ways of reflecting on the world and their relationship to the world, and tend to defer to other people around them for justifications and so forth. And then she also said about that in modern times, as time evolves, meta-reflexivity was going to become more and more prevalent. Those are all very interesting ideas, in my opinion. But at the same time, how do you interpret, for example, the kind of very clear tendency among young people to consider, for example, their technology, their smartphones, AI technology, for example, as agents, sort of like anthropomorphizing these technologies, and tend to sort of rely more and more on what technology has to tell them. To me, this suggests less meta-reflexivity and actually sort of a different revival of communicative reflexivity. And I think you did talk a little bit about this in 2019 when you were developing the notion of post-human sociality. So it's a bit of a weird question, but I wonder what you thought about this sort of shift between different modes of reflexivity.
Thank you so much. I can give you two answers very quickly. One is you mentioned my work on sociality. Thank you for remembering that. I think, first of all, there's a distinction to be drawn. One thing is technologically mediated relationships. I mean, technologies as mediating devices. And quite another thing is when technological devices become interaction partners. I think this is different. It's different to, in terms of being relevant to what you were mentioning, to the problems we are studying. And this is the first thing. And second, yes, is the increasing use of technology, the increasing invasion of technology, fostering or hindering meta-reflexivity or communicative reflexivity for that matter, or any other mode? Well, I think in this respect, we need theorizing, yes, but also a lot of empirical work, because we still know that the truth is, I think we know little about it empirically. And I don't want to be either, the quintessential pessimistic humanist who always believes that it's all going south and it's all going bad, and that technology is evil, and that, because young people are distracted. By the way, let me say it again, I feel strongly about this. Adults are going bad. That they are doing bad. I mean, there are research projects in Italy, for example, but I think in other countries as well, that show that parents tend not to spend quality time with children because they, meaning the parents, are using smartphones too much. For example, I see them when they, for example, when they walk their child, over the street, over the neighborhood, but the mother or father or the guardian is actually, so it's not about young people. We still have this idea of young people as problematic. I think what we call the adult generation, and adulthood as a category has become a huge problem, and we should deal more with that. So to wrap up, sorry, I think I don't want to be either the pessimistic humanist or the the progressive technologist who says that it's all going to be good. We need to learn more about what are the parameters, let's call them, of our sociality that are really changing. Because let's say, how are young people really using these technologies? Are they embedding these technologies in their social relationships or social relational networks in such a way that they are somehow helpful, or the other way around? I don't think we should draw conclusions a priori, not in a decisive way. I'm going against myself. I mean, I'm rather skeptical about technology, but I think we should be more objective in this respect, and also join that distinction I said about technology becoming an interaction partner. I think that's a huge problem, and that's possibly an upgrade of the problem.
Thank you, Andrea. One question. Why not adopt the terminology of virtue theory when you are talking about these moral competences and their development? Because it is quite dispositional, it is quite developmental, and it is pretty much what the ancient Greek notion of education is built on. It's very practical too. You become something by doing it. So it seems to speak to all your sensitivities that you talked about here. So why not adopt that language? And secondly, you mentioned adding an order of transcendence into the the three orders of the natural and the practical and social. And you mentioned calling, the notion of calling, which seems to be problematized by Roy Bhaskar in his philosophy of materiality. And interestingly, he uses this notion of dharma there, which translates into calling or vocation, which in turn etymologically means calling, to call. So there are interesting connections there, but I believe the notion of transcendence, conceptualized as an order of reality, should be handled carefully, because then the question would arise, how is it going to call if it is ontologically transcendent? How is it going to call? How are we going to hear that? So the solution to that offered by Roy Bhaskar would be that we are talking about a totality, a ground of all those orders, including social, the natural, the practical, which is ontologically immanent. But that is consistent with epistemological transcendence. So we're not talking about something that's transcendent out there, which would not really be able to call us, otherwise it wouldn't be completely transcendent, but it would be ontologically immanent, ontologically ingredient in our being, in our social life, in nature, etc. But we might not be able to access that in our notions of it, understandings of it, in our experiences of it, in epistemology. And education, or whatever, spiritual development, etc., might be aiming to just accomplish that transcendence, that epistemological transcendence. So I just wanted to share those comments with you about the ontological status of the transcendent.
Thank you. Well, let me start from this one, from the last, because it's of course very, very interesting. And by the way, I happen to be developing ideas along these lines somehow. The relevance of totality, because by the way, this would help providing unity to the rest. I mean, but well, I cannot go now into the idea of the ontology of transcendence. That's too grand for I mean, the seconds we have here, but basically, I think you have a point. It's a very tricky issue. I think that the point is everything can exert some calling on us somehow. And my point is, I perceive that there is something that might escape the idea of. I started from concerns and saying, okay, I can be concerned about my survival and health. I can be concerned about performance, practical issues. I can be concerned about my self-worth. Still, there's something more to identity than this. There is, I mean, I'm a sociologist, I'm no philosopher. I mean, there is a sense of calling in the sense that people feel a sense of calling. Not all people, many people feel a sense of calling. So my point was, where does it come from? Is it the same? Is it just the same? Is it not a concern in and of it? I mean, in its own right, in and of itself, that somehow refers or must refer to something that is somehow transcendent as compared to the other orders of reality. But of course, how to call it? Of course, I don't think we can define the transcendent order. There are, though, ways to develop a semantics for that. That is not definitional, but it's. But I can't go further now, of course. But thanks for sharing this. I think it's a very interesting line of thought. About the other thing is, sorry, say it again. It was about virtue theory and why don't I use that language? Well, that's it's a big debate. You're not the only one to ask this. I think. I mean, people are kind of saying the same thing in different languages, you know, like virtue theorists are saying, well, are calling it, for example, there's the issue of character education. This is, and it's using a moral language, a moral vocabulary. But they also refer to people, to things people can do practically, not just in moral terms, in things that people are able to do. And I think this is a necessary reference, because take empathy. If we don't go down to examples, we can't manage to understand things. Think of empathy. Empathy does involve a moral dimension, of course, both in feeling empathy and in deciding to actually activate it, because I can feel empathy for someone, but decide intentionally that I don't want to act upon it. Okay, I could still feel empathy for Karim here, but for some reason, political, ideological, economic interest, something else, decide that here and now my feelings must be suppressed, and so my empathy doesn't come to the behavioral level. Okay, so there's a behavioral level, an affective level, but there's also a cognitive level, because sometimes I mean, to feel empathy, you must be able to really understand what is going on or what the other person is feeling, which also involves a cognitive and a practical in the sense of cognitive here. I mean, not practical, moral. So I think that the point is this on the side of character. On the other hand, there are psychometricians who don't want to hear about virtue, of course, because what they want to do is use a culturally neutral vocabulary, so that, I mean, they get to skills, and skills are something that can be measured and compared cross-culturally with no other issue in sight, which to me is impossible. Okay, but I think if you browse the huge long lists of what they call skills, you will find things like empathy, like optimism, like gratitude, like other things that are patently referring to virtues. Right. So my point is, I think integration is in order, because on the one hand, psychometricians are indeed referring to virtues, and these are culturally defined. What it means to be assertive for a Californian and for a Chinese is very different because it's culturally defined. Think of students being assertive. I think of my students in the north of Italy, and I think of, I don't know, students in some other country in the vast world. It's hugely different. While on the other hand, the language of virtue has to take into account that there are things you must learn how to, sort of, not in a moral sense, but in like a competence, so to speak. So I think, I mean, they should be integrated as a multidimensional concept. That's what I can say now. Thank you. Sorry for taking some time, but questions are very thick.
Thank you very much. I just got a very short question. You mentioned in your talk, if I understood you correctly, that you thought that Margaret Archer's idea that human is ontologically invulnerable needs to be re-examined. And I wonder if you could maybe elaborate a little bit and perhaps give us an example why you thought so.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, actually, short answer is no. The point is, it's not that the idea, the human, is ontologically inviolable. It's the sense of self. It's the continuous sense of self that she thought was ontologically inviolable. But then concepts of the self, that means models of personality, ideas about who we should be or how we should, they are at least epistemologically, changing, shifting, and so on. What she argued was and is ontologically inviolable is the sense of self that is the, let's say, the first degree, the first moment in the morphogenesis of identity. Okay. My point, my elaboration is, okay, can we still stick to that idea, which is somehow reassuring in the face of really of invasive technology, of human enhancement, for example, of other techniques of other hybridizations of the human that seem to go very deeply into not just identity in the sense of the modus vivendi or the life conduct, but even deeper into our self-understanding and in all the way down to perception somehow. This is questionable, of course. I have no precise answer. I just wanted to say that this ontological safety, security might be called into question. That was my point. I don't know if it's clearer. Thank you that I had the opportunity to clarify this.
Thank you. Sometimes we need to work within structural and cultural constraints. So could you please provide some suggestions on developing our identity and active agency without being determined by the constraints? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the whole theory provides, let's say, the template for this. Then, of course, it has to be studied empirically. And for example, well, you can find examples in those books, but also in other research, in other parts of the research. Think of people who have a very hard starting point at the beginning of life, but then can move on, with upward social mobility. I remember, well, by the way, Maggie in the Reflexive Imperative provides examples of this. You may want to read about people who have divergent outcomes starting from, and also I remember it was an important research. It's old now, but social acceleration also concerns sociology now. I know a book of a few years ago is now regarded as old, but whether people have read it or not. But there was an important research years ago about same starting point and divergent lives. And it was, by the way, it was about criminal careers. It was about people who were starting from the very same social background, and some people from the very same families, you know, starting as brothers, but then followed very different paths of identity building and life outcomes, of course. You know, some, I don't know, studying, making a living, making a family, and someone else also making a living, but as criminals, making a family in a totally different sense that about criminal organizations. So I think in biographical research, you could find a lot of examples of how people not regardless, but opposing, actively, reflexively opposing their, you know, structural conditionings and cultural conditionings could develop their own lives in different ways. This is what I can say about examples. I don't know if you meant making an example on a more concrete level, which I wouldn't know now, but I could mention the persons I know, but if you wish.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We don't see anyone else.
Right. No, thank you very much indeed for participating and for asking very interesting questions that will help me develop work. Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor, for your profound reflection. And now, okay, thank you very much for your lecture. And now, after the discussion, let's take a coffee break. This is first thing after this intellectual work of yours. And after the coffee break, all the participants will take part in the panel either or on morphogenetic regulation or on AI. So you know very well, each of you. And those who are participating online are kindly asked to press the right link, click the right link, sorry. And because for this conference and for this talk, there was a different link, and I was informed that we have 2 links for each panel. So those who want to take and are online, want to take part, please click the right link that you are given. All right, and I think there are some people who haven't received their ID badges yet, so please, you are asked to do it downstairs at the registration desk. Yes, please do it. All right, thank you very much.
Eric.
Hi, how are you?
How would that work? Just press the camera and the microphone. No need to-
Exactly.
How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah,
Are you-
pre-conference, we had someone sort of hosting online to just say, you know, we can gather a bit early and have a chat, but they don't seem to have formalized that here.
Are you in the UK right now, or?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in Southampton right now, year-long sabbatical.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm at University of Portsmouth, but I live in London, so
Oh, okay. Portsmouth is very near. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, cool. Are you a professor at the University of Portsmouth?
You overstate my seniority, which does happen on occasion. No, I'm a PhD student.
Ah, how long do you have to go?
Another 3 years part-time, so nearly halfway through.
Also, it's a 6-year stint, eh?
Yeah, maybe I'll do it in 5. I sort of oscillate between. There's a lot of data here. I'm still collecting data, but could I analyze it? Who knows?
Oh, cool. Did you retire and then go on to a PhD or something like this? Or?
Yeah, effectively, yes. So I've always had it in mind that I wanted to do one, but retirement gave me the time. So yeah. So what are you up to then? You say you're on sabbatical, so researching stuff?
Yeah, I was very, very productive. I've always loved the UK, and I've sort of I was lucky enough to meet Karen Zotzman, and I'm an applied linguist. She is an applied linguist, so
Yeah.
we connected. We started like thinking about joint projects together, and so about a year before the sabbatical, I mean, I work in Japan. I'm a professor at a Japanese university. So if you're going to go on sabbatical, you have to apply 3 years in advance. It's a big ordeal.
Right.
Yeah, so I had to start my research project well before then. And so as it turned out, when I arrived here, we had already initiated quite a few things. And that was very good because I didn't have so much to do in terms of collaboration with Karen. She was busy doing her own things and we were finalizing our projects together. So it actually opened up a huge amount of time to write my book.
Right.
So like, it's like you can do a lot, just, 6 to 8 hours every day, and you end up reading a lot and writing a lot. So it was actually a very good experience.
Excellent.
Yeah. So sabbaticals, eh?
I've just noticed we're being recorded, I think, so I don't know that. But hey,
Because we don't share like personal details or insulting.
Exactly.
Let's compliment everybody. Here we go.
So what is your research on?
As an applied linguist, social linguist, basically I've been my PhD was done about 12 finished about it's about 10 years ago. Began about 14 years and I finished 10 years ago. It was basically looking at ideological discourse and its in relationship to English language teaching. There were many claims about for example the theory of Japanese uniqueness constraining language education, for example, or another ideology like native speakerism, the idea of the native speaker as the main role model for the language classroom. Anyway, just ideologies basically influencing the way people not only taught English but also learned English, and sort of like as a constraint. And to me that was always a question, like how do we conceptualize an ideology? What is an ideology? What kind of potential does it have to influence? And so basically I became much more interested in the ontological issues of that sort of postulated causal interaction. That was my PhD, but I've evolved after that. I kind of looked at language policy and planning for a while. And I about 2-3 years ago, my students start producing ChatGPT crap in my class, and I just started freaking out. Like, this is wrong. This is like our work is going to disappear. Learning is going to be anyway. So all kinds of stuff. I don't know if did you listen to the panel discussion earlier, Maccarini's panel discussion?
Yeah, yeah.
So he was talking about, like, he says, it's important not to have preconceived ideas about technology, whether technology is bad or anything like this. But as a teacher, I do have to say that we do have to take a stance. I mean, this is you can't just like document, what is technology and remain neutral with all of this. Actually, when you see students literally willfully undermining their learning experiences as a result of this effect. So there's a kind of a humanism that does steer you ideologically in one particular direction. Anyway, so basically that was my book.
Interesting.
Yeah. How about your research?
Yeah, it's sort of related. So I'm looking at data science in the charity sector. I'm working with a small charity called DataKind UK, who help charities with data and AI. So it's looking at how they can sort of get more data science, ethical and responsible data science into charities, using it more deeply. So I've looked quite a lot at AI, and I guess I'm somewhere in the middle. I can see all the benefits, I can see all the costs.
Tremendous benefits, actually.
Yeah. My PhD nearly went down a sort of applied linguistics sort of route for a while, but not being a linguist, it was going to be tough. So I was interested in the translation of data science between, data scientists and general managers, and whether there was need for some sort of translating role. So it's still sort of not wasted work, but I didn't really channel into that. The opportunity arose to work with DataKind, who I'd volunteered with. So it's really nice to be able to do a project that both hopefully helps them and other charities, as well as get a PhD.
Have you come across an author named Malcolm Williams at the University of Cardiff? He's an emeritus professor.
Don't think so.
Okay. I would actually, if you don't mind, I would actually recommend you consulting some of his writings, because he is a sociologist. He's actually a complex realist. This is not like realism, but complex realist. And he's written quite a bit about, data analysis, basically the role of data and quantifications and so forth. He has quite a few publications which might be interesting to you.
Funny enough, I have recently come across this idea of complex realism. So I may not have recognized the name, which is often the case with me, but I certainly noted a book. I think it was called something like Complex Realism, trying to combine critical realism and complexity theory. So I guess that was probably him.
Yeah. He's not, I have to say, see, in the spirit of complimenting people, his insight is just amazing, but I do have to say that his writing is not necessarily that thorough. He's a very fast writer, I think.
Okay.
I think that his text could have been edited a little bit more for more conciseness and more clarity.
Okay.
But I mean, beyond that, I mean, that's just like, surface appearance is really what I'm saying right now. Malcolm's work is just like very interesting, and it's a little surprising how within critical realist circles, his name, his works don't seem to echo very far. People at Cardiff University, there's some critical realist authors like what's his name, Adam. Oh boy, I forgot his name. I just know his first name, Adam, and another guy, Mark Brain. They're all kind of operating critical realist discussion group about crime and social justice.
Yeah.
And they know Malcolm Williams, actually. So,
Right,
but that's
yeah.
because of the Cardiff connection, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd sort of that social justice group. I've watched some of their YouTube videos, and I met the guy at last year's conference who organises it, whose name escapes me, and his sort of supervisor, I think, is one of the guys that.
Adam Edwards. That's it.
Right. Yes. I've met him. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
maybe
so-
that's a name you might want to kind of look
Mm.
at, actually. He's interesting. Again, his writing is just not that. It's a little hard, you know, a little kind of like, you know, there's some repetitions and stuff like that, but some very interesting points. So it's 4 years, eh?
Yeah, so much. The part of the problem is there's so much stuff to read, and with critical realism, you sort of go around in circles. You think you've grasped something, and then maybe you haven't. And
How were you used to this? I mean, what was your point of entry?
to critical realism, it was weird. I was just traveling. Hi, Sarah. Good to see you.
And you. Just seen your message and gone, yay!
Yeah, I thought we should take advantage. We noted that we're probably being recorded though, so we need to be a bit careful.
Absolutely.
We were just talking about our journeys into critical realism. So I was saying it was a little bit by accident. When I started my PhD, there's a guy I know from, I know a lot of academics through my previous career, Sven Medell, and I was starting to read some of his stuff on the train because it seemed relevant to what I was looking at. Okay, critical realism, not come across that, didn't come across it in my master's. And then I was going to a seminar run by Lisa Jack at Portsmouth, who's into her social theory. And she was running a series of seminars on different paradigms and so on. And she mentioned critical realism and compared it to constructivism and positivism. And I thought, that sounds good. It sort of resonates with my worldview. So then I started really getting into it and reading a lot about it. And yeah, it didn't, apart from the the difficulties, it didn't put me off. So I've stuck with it largely. So yeah. How about you guys? How did you get into?
Oh, Sarah, go ahead. You can answer that question.
Mine was fascinating. I went with my almost fully formed and very large PhD research question idea, and the dean of the university I'm with, Bournemouth University, said you need to get the right supervisors for this, and put me onto a couple of folk, and one was Sam Porter, who was being referenced a lot, and it was unfortunate I had to take a work meeting, so I missed that discussion. But Sam's was my lead supervisor, but now is my specialist critical realist supervisor. He's phenomenal. And I sat with Sam, you know, in my introduction before I'd even signed up for my PhD, and he said, so you want to look at this, right? And he just had this whole conversation with me that I went, wow, I don't know what language this is, but this sounds right. So that's how it started. But in frustration, because I wasn't getting quite the wider understanding of critical realism, because Sam speaks in a very complex way, as Bhaskar did. I would have my phone in one hand, trying to interpret or understand the words that Sam was writing here or saying. And I found Catherine Hastings' group, and it just went from there. And my eyes were widened with the journal and everything. So it's just flourished and opened because of asking the key questions, which for me brings it to life and makes it so important.
Could I just ask on Catherine's group? I've always sort of assumed, given it's in Australia, that the timings wouldn't work, but you've made it work given you're in the UK.
I should clarify. So the group that Catherine was talking about yesterday is the Pan-Pacific group, which doesn't work well for the UK. It's something like midnight or 2:30 in the morning. But in signing up to it, I think it's Lisa Davenport off the top of my head, you get shared with a lot of information and a lot of the discussions, which is helpful. But Steve Ash, who was on the panel Monday, and I think he was around yesterday, in a chance discussion with him, he was talking about his group, and he's out of Southampton, which is where I did my first degree. And he's put me in touch with Karin Zotzman, who is part of the Female Critical Emerging Writers Group. And that's another link that you could have. So I could put you on to Karen as well. So that's out of Southampton, so UK time.
Yeah. Yeah, as you know, I think we're both on the group with Adam Nicol as well, and you're part of that group, are you?
Don't think so.
Oh, I thought that's where I saw you actually talk about some of your work. Getting confused. So Adam Nicol runs a group. He meets monthly during term time. So again, I can send you through the details.
That would be brilliant. Thank you.
Right, I'm going to go off to the other room actually and listen about AI. So great to talk. And yes, we should do a few more of these. That
would be good.
Take
care.
Cheers.
Bye bye.